women in this room, leaders, changemakers, and visionaries who are shaping the future. At BML Munjal University, we believe in fostering leadership that is inclusive, courageous, and future-ready. This platform is more than a celebration. It is a call to action. Here we are. I am Prabir Sandhu.
And I am Akansha Arora, is here you all to host today in Women's Leadership Conference.
We have an exceptional lineup of panelists, guests, and keynote speakers who bring diverse experiences and perspectives on leadership, challenges, and progress.
And we would like to call Ms. Swati Munjal to address the audience with a welcome address.
Ms. Swati Munjal, President of BML Munjal University, has a diverse background in financial consultancy. Sure. Please, ma'am. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's my absolute honor and privilege to welcome you all to this gathering, the third Women Leadership Conference of BML Munjal University. Today we come together, not just as individuals, but as a powerful collective, a vibrant community of thinkers, doers, mentors, and change makers, all united by a common purpose to nurture and elevate women into leadership roles across every sphere of life. This conference is more than an event. It's a catalyst, a movement to shift the narrative around women in leadership. It's about recognizing that leadership isn't confined to a specific gender. It's about vision, courage, empathy, and the ability to inspire others. Women have all of these qualities in abundance, and it's time for us to own our power, amplify our voices, and create spaces where women can lead authentically, with purpose, passion, and pride. This gathering today is not an isolated moment. In fact, it's the result of an 8-year journey. At BML Munjal University, we've been running a transformative initiative called Women in Leadership Program, which has empowered countless young women to step into their potential. It's a matter of pride, and I know some of you sitting here have graduated from that program today. This conference is the natural evolution of that journey, a platform to bring those conversations, stories, and aspirations to a wider community. We also recognize that leadership is not limited to boardroom or corporate, but much beyond, across every sector, every aspect of life. Leadership is just as powerful and more impactful at the grassroots, even at grassroots levels. We run a program called Mera Business, which is managed by our incubator on campus. And through the program, we work with women entrepreneurs from underserved communities, helping them discover their voices, define their purpose, and build something that is truly their own. These women remind us that leadership begins when we choose to believe in ourselves. On behalf of the team, I'm proud to announce that we have last year enabled 350 women at the grassroots level. At BMU, we are walking the talk too. Today, women make up 40% of our team at BML Munjal University. And while we are proud of that number, we are not stopping here. We are committed to building an even more balanced and inclusive institution with the goal of reaching 50% and beyond. It is about creating cultures where everyone can thrive and rise. We believe that leadership is not defined by titles, but by impact. And the truth we affirm today is this: the future of leadership must be inclusive, diverse, and unapologetically feminine. Over the course of the day, we'll hear from trailblazers who've broken ceilings and paved the way. We'll engage in honest conversations about the challenges we face and explore the tools, strategies, and networks that can help us thrive in leadership positions in the VUCA world. Not someday, but it'll all happen today. To our speakers, panelists, and mentors, thank you for sharing your wisdom and stories with us. To our students and participants, thank you for showing up, for being curious, courageous, and committed to becoming the leaders you're meant to be. And to every woman in this room, whether you are just beginning your journey or already walking your path, I hope today inspires you to find your own way forward, to dream a little bigger, and to lead a little bolder. And to all the men in the room, thank you for being here. In the end, I'd like to borrow a quote of someone who broke through cultural, educational, and gender expectations to chase a dream that soared beyond Earth, Kalpana Chawla. She once said, "The path from dreams to reality does exist. The path from dreams to reality does exist. May you have the vision to find it, the courage to get onto it, and the perseverance to follow it." That spirit is exactly what we are here to celebrate and cultivate today. With that, I welcome you all once again. Let's lead, learn, and rise together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And now, to set the context of the conference, we have Professor Shyam Menon, Vice Chancellor, BML Munjal University. Professor Shyam Menon is a leading expert in higher education reform and institutional development. He served as the Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi, where he played a foundational role in shaping its interdisciplinary focus.
Good morning. Such a privilege to be asked to set the context. The WIL conference has been around. We have had two iterations of the conference earlier, and this is the third one. And I've had the privilege of being on the getting a ringside view of the whole preparation, design, conceptualization, and organization of this institution. I'm calling it an institution because it's emerging to have an institutional character of its own. And I can see the manner in which the themes have been chosen, panels decided over the past 3 years, that there is a certain reflection, introspection, and there is a deepening of understanding of what it means by this phrase, women in leadership. To begin with, the first 2023 conference, for instance, had this, one of the themes that they explored was about the endearing and enduring presence of women in place of work. The second, on the contrary, had looked at the frontier areas, particularly in the STEM and other areas where women, their presence made an impact. And today, in this conference, we are exploring further into the futures of work and how technology is going to impact and how women are going to play a role in this. I would reiterate what Ms. Swati Munjal said about the unabashed, unapologetic assertion that there should be, the leadership has to acquire feminine character. Because I believe in androgyny, and then research also shows, psychological developmental research talks about, developmental psychological research talks about continuum of male and female aspects in each one of us. And it's a question of what is culturally being emphasized at a given point in time. At this given point in time, unfortunately, I must say, all over, in all aspects of the world, all aspects of life in the world, we find a hyper-masculinity that is characterizing leadership. Somehow, leadership is confused for being macho. Then only it becomes leadership. And the catastrophe that it is unleashing is for all of us to see. For instance, there are three major wars happening, two major wars and one civil war happening in the world at this moment, one of which is a genocide. As many as 18,000 children have been killed. Many multiples of this number have been maimed and injured. And some allege that these have been deliberately targeted. Children have been deliberately targeted. I used to wonder that if the leaders were ones who actually went through the bodily experience of childbirth and child rearing, would this kind of a catastrophe ever would have happened? I wonder. So I would tend to think that this hypermasculinity that characterizes leadership at this moment in various sectors need to be corrected. I think we are going in a direction which I think is going to be detrimental to continuance of life and humanity on this planet. Thank you very much. I think I find it, thank you. I was saying thank you very much for the light, because it was glaring so much I was almost blinding, I couldn't see all of you. But I have another 2 minutes. So don't have the glee of seeing me off as yet. So all I'm trying to say is that, for instance, we find this hypermasculinity that characterizes leadership today in the world has abandoned any care for the planet. We have walked away from whatever deliberations that we were having in terms of planetary welfare and continuance of life on this planet. And I can't think of a more irresponsible way of leadership. And I wish there were more enlightened women, and I wish the men who populate much of the leadership today in various sectors had more women in them, which manifest and influence their decision on a day-to-day basis. I think this is something which we need to contemplate about. I think it's also important for us to understand that the overall business as usual attitude, which characterizes the goal-orientedness of which usually is attributed to good leadership, often doesn't look at the larger field. In psychology, again, there are these two types of characters, personality characteristics that's being mentioned in literature. One is called field dependence and the other is field independence. The field independence is a very male stereotypical way of looking at things, in the sense you look at something but don't look at the surroundings. Only look at pointedly. It's Arjuna approach. Arjuna, when he was asked to was in that contest where he could see only the eye of the bird, whereas Yudhishthir, who could see not only the bird but also could see not only the eye of the bird but could see the bird and the cage and the surrounding trees and the forest and the tree and everything. We want more Yudhishtiras, frankly, not Arjunas. Although Mahabharata lauds Arjuna, I would say that we need to really understand the importance of Yudhishtiras, who could see the context, who could see the larger surroundings, who could see the history, you could see the genealogy of something when it is being addressed. Then you would have more wiser leadership. Otherwise, this pointed, result-oriented leadership is no leadership. So I would leave you with this thought. Now you can applaud. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Shyam Menon, for your insightful address in setting the context of the conference. A true leader turns challenges into stepping stones and vision into reality. Today, we have the privilege of welcoming a leader whose journey reflects resilience, intellect, and purpose. Ms. Tannu Kashyap, a name that resonates with dynamic leadership and compassionate governance. An IAS officer of 2005 batch, Punjab cadre, she has seamlessly blended administrative excellence with commitment to societal growth. She is currently serving as the Director General at the National Institute of Fashion Technology. It is with deep admiration and excitement that I now invite Ms. Tannu Kashyap to grace the stage and share her invaluable insights with us. Please join me in giving a warm welcome.
Thank you so much. And before I begin, I would really like to thank Professor Menon for setting the context. You do not make me the disruptive speaker here. Because much of what I would be saying or sharing is what you have already kind of laid the foundation to. So really, gratitude and thanks for that. My job is easier. Before I begin, thank you, Swati, for asking me out. I was actually surprised why you were asking me out for this, to be here present. And you know, the topic, women in leadership, actually scared me for the same reason why, you know, Professor Menon mentioned leadership is mostly identified and associated with more masculinity, and I would want to move as far away as possible from that. But then when, you know, when your team and when Pooja said, no, it'll be about your journey, and if you can, and you of course also said, if you can talk about your journey, I thought, oh, that's easy. Because I can actually talk about myself, and, you know, I can share how life has been with me, and where I am today. It feels very rosy and very nice. I have my team from NIFT also here listening to me, so they'll also get a bit of snippet from my life stories that I'll be sharing, and they'll say, oh, the boss is different. She speaks differently when she's at a different podium. So thank you for having me over. I'm obliged and honored at the same time to be here and speak a little about how life has been for me as a woman. And yes, at positions of leadership, most of the time in my professional life that I've been over the past 21 years now. With that, I think when I saw the topic, power, progress, and possibility, very interesting one, but also again very scary, because I don't want to identify myself with power. I see what a mother that I am, and my children don't like me. You know, they are the two most scared, unfortunate beings in the world, because they have me as their mother. And they see all the power unleashed onto them, unabashed power, so they're not very happy with me there. So actually, I would want to kind of flip the topic while I'm speaking on the other way around. So for me, it is possibilities, progress, and then power. Because then power becomes a responsible one. And I, of course, resonate most with the word possibilities. And progress simply comes as a corollary to that, because you move forward. When there is a possibility, the only way the only way available to you is moving forward. And also, mostly, I mean, more of it is said, but because I've written it down, I'll share with you. Power for me is a word which is associated more negatively. The way I have seen it, you know, the way most of us have seen it, the way it was shared by Professor Menon as well, need not be said. But I think power requires that very delicate balance. Because with power, the first thing you think is there's somebody below you. You're above, you're superior. And that is something I'm not comfortable with. I do not want to associate myself with that. So I would want to flip it, say possibilities, progress, and power. When I'll share my journey and hopefully do justice to the flipping of the topic, the context, so that, you know, you are able to understand where I'm coming from. To start with, I come from a very small place from Bihar, one of the 5 daughters in the family. My brother is 11 years younger to me. So no need to say anything, you understand what it means. And of course, handed over with the mantle of taking the pride of the family forward, because I was the sabse padhaku bacha in the family. I was doing good. So it was so easy, you know, simply to put that responsibility on me. कि तू सबसे अच्छा बच्चा है, सबसे पढ़ने वाला पढ़ाकू बच्चा है, तो you will be the one who will do whatever that is needed. And very, very, smartly, I would want to believe that, my father did not think he was smart enough, but what he did with me was very smart. Very smartly, very intelligently, he kind of put this whole thing of becoming an IAS officer into my psyche. I did not even realize this was done to me. I only realized it like 5 years ago. Swati would know what I mean. And I was, what do you want to become? It was standard 4th, I remember. We used to have those slam books that you would fill in at the end of the year, and there was this question very stupidly as 8-year, 9-year-old, you would say, what do you want to become when you grow up? And I wrote an I.A.S officer. I did not know what it stood for. I had no clue what it meant, but that is what I wanted to become. And I actually became that. Lo and behold, whatever that it has brought me as becoming an IAS officer, I did become that. So what I'm trying to share with you is that, very, very slyly, very, very intelligently, this whole thought of you want to become this because you have to carry the mantle of the family. You have to become the pride of the family. My brother obviously came much later in our family, so he was not burdened with it. I was. I became the donkey of the family. And of course, it was my 3rd attempt. I was the topper of the school. I did all of those, tick boxes conveniently. I was the topper of my school. I came and got admitted to DPS RK Puram, which again was like a 99% नहीं मिले तो आपको DPS RK Puram में hostel तो बिल्कुल नहीं मिलेगा, admission भी नहीं मिलेगी. I got in. I got into LSR. And, I was riding high and I was like, ठीक है, IAS तो हो ही जाएगा, इतना सारा कुछ तो हो ही रहा है, life, it's easy, I can do it. I did not clear the first 2 attempts. And then, then life came crashing down, ke acha, failure bhi kuch hota hai. There is something called failure and you not are always just riding high. So, I cleared the IAS in the 3rd attempt and I got the Punjab cadre, went and joined. But interestingly I also was and still am the only female from my area where I belong to and from the community who is an IAS officer. So again, another huge burden on me, a big one, super big one. You keep getting calls from people, ye bhi karwa do, wo bhi karwa do. Country ke kisi bhi corner mein koi problem hai, wo to Tanu kara degi. So, so yeah. So that too. And, you can just understand and imagine the kind of power that I was feeling I was getting, right? And of course, made me feel immensely, immensely, immensely powerful by that time. And that also meant that I was behaving and feeling the same for every, in every aspect of my life. With members of the family, because I was the only one like that, with my own husband, with my own children, with my siblings, with my other relatives, with my professional relationships. So I was just becoming very powerful. And of course, there were many, many other such instances which was fueling that in me. As a young IAS officer, you get a subdivision, then you get a district to man, and I got to do 4 districts in Punjab, which is one of the rarest things. Again, I'm the only one, I think, in the cadre who did 4 districts, being a female officer. Punjab was not very kind to female officers initially, and most of our seniors who were female officers did not used to get districts. It used to be like a real jostle, milega, nahi milega. And doing a district, becoming the district magistrate, I'm sure all of you know, being the DC or the DM, is the biggest feather that you have on your cap. You get to do it in the first 10 years of your service, and that is the time when you don't want to do anything else but that, because usi ke liye to service join kari hai, DM hi to banna hai. So, so I got to do 4. I ended up being, in situations where I was the only woman, youngest amongst another 45, 50 odd male members for a meeting, chairing a meeting, meetings as crucial and as difficult as managing a riot situation or a flood situation, where you have 14 lakh people in the district, depending on you as, you know, someone who's holding everything together. So did all of that, you know, and also became very aloof from what my real self was, and just thought this is what I am. And, you know, not really interacting much with my co-workers, keeping myself aloof, keeping that image, you know, alive. And my team from NIFT must be thinking, ma'am, kya bol rahe hain? Ye to hai hi nahi. Aise to hai nahi. But I used to be that. You know, people would be scared. Of course, DC से बात करने के लिए आपको 1000 बार सोचना पड़ता है. तो कमरे में भी आना और आपसे बात करना, अपना personal कोई problem, you know, share करना was something which was a complete no-no in my mind. Because I'm not supposed to do that. I'm just supposed to be the boss. So keeping my life private, no sharing or understanding of what is happening in anybody else's life, you know, or giving this fact, you know, cognition that everybody else is also a human being to begin with. You know, you're working with humans, and becoming more and more self-centered and only focused on work. But there was another side of this journey that was happening as well, because when we are talking of women in leadership, and when we are talking of feminism and feminine and etc., there is also that masculine, which is the larger part in the context in the world, which is also working. And more times, it's not working in your favor being a woman. So did I not face it? Of course, I faced it. So, you know, I had my episodes of that overt masculinity and power that people hold in places of work, in places of society, in places of power. And again, I was the first one who fought for my childcare leave. And I said, I have to take chutti because I'm not, you know, I was also, you know, so my husband is not in the services. He runs his own business. He's an engineer, an MBA, and he said, "Is service mein to bilkul nahi jana hai. Tum bahut ganda kaam karti ho. I don't want to do this. I want to do something else." So he runs his own business, and all our, you know, married life, except the last 2 years, we have been living apart, managing 2 households, because he was based out of Delhi, NCR, and I was in Punjab. तो बहुत कोशिश करी हमने कि, you know, we somehow align ourselves together, live together, नहीं हो पाया. So I, of course, you know, when I had my first child, I was told 6 months ka maternity and that is all. I knew if I was only having 6 months ka maternity and I go back to work, that was the only chance when I was also living with my husband, practically for 6 months. So I fought for, you know, I fought for the first childcare leave. It had just come for the government servants then. And the personnel department in Chandigarh told me, hota kya hai ye? So I said, hey, Government of India ka rule hai, I'm an All India Services officer and I know I'm eligible for it. So they said, we haven't heard of it. Papers take time to go from Delhi to Chandigarh. Utna samay lagta hai. So then I, you know, searched for all the documents, gave them, went and met the secretary, and I said, sir, I need this. And I was away for 13 months, 6 months of my maternity and 7 months of my CCL. When I went back, when I joined back, my batch, you know, we are 5 of us in the batch, 4 of them are boys, I was the only one. All of them had gotten their districts. Like I said, DM banna to sabse zyada zaruri tha. So they had gotten their districts, and when I went and I met the super boss who, you know, who all of us report to, he was like, okay, koi baat nahi, dekhte hain. And I was made to wait for, I knew it would come. Milna to hai hi hai. You know, it's not that you will not get it, but I had to wait. I had to wait for 3.5 months. And during those 3.5 months, I got to hear a lot of things. Because you were away from the scene for 13 months, you were going and meeting people again, you were going and meeting seniors. I don't have any qualms in sharing it here. One of our seniors, who used to also be one of my bosses in my earlier postings, told me, 13 months, how many children did you have, Tanu? And I was like, I was so shocked that I just couldn't respond at that time. Now I feel, if I'm said that, I will ask him on his face, how many children did your wife had if she was given 13 months ka chutti? But this was what I was told. One of the other told me, oh, 13 months, kaam to nahi bhul gayi ho. on my face. So, you know, so yes, there are, and I wanted to share these instances because they kind of also had shaped me over my journey, you know, because while you get to listen to this, does that become your defining statement? Do you become overtly masculine in what, you know, how you behave more, or you actually think there is more reason to bring back the feminine into the system so that there is compassion rather than such things? So this was, you know, and then of course I got my districts. I did 4 of them. I wanted to, you know, move to Delhi because of my husband. I was told कि नहीं इतने अच्छे अवसर को तो हम जाने नहीं दे सकते, and all of that, you know, चने के झाड़ में भी अच्छा चढ़ाया जाता था when it was needed. But that's how, you know, professional life was. But, you know, what it was doing to me was, personally, was something very, very different. And by the time I was 13, 14 years of my service, I realized that I had made a complete mess of my life, completely. And I was emotionally confused all the time. I did not know what was right because I knew that, you know, being with my kids, being the mother, I mean, you know, even today, the chair that I'm holding, if I'm not there, somebody else will come and take that chair. I'm absolutely indispensable there. But am I indispensable as a mother? I am not. I've had a full-time help at home for the last 13 years. And yet, I see things that my children do, and I'm like, oh shit, मैं होती तो मैं ये होने नहीं देती if I was there with them 24/7, right? So I ended up being absolutely confused, absolutely doubting myself. What am I doing? You know, and self-doubt and, you know, rejection of my own self, because I would keep, and I'm sure the women in the room will absolutely, you know, agree with me, the guilt that we carry with ourselves when we come to our offices and when we go home is something which is unparalleled. You know, बच्चे को टाइम नहीं दे पा रहे हैं तो गिल्ट जमा करते हैं, ऑफिस में टाइम नहीं दे पा रहे हैं तो गिल्ट जमा करते हैं, so दोनों तरफ से पिस रहे होते हैं basically. So that is, you know, that is what was happening, and it was, I wouldn't say, you know, my story isn't different from anyone else, any one of you. But still, because it is my story, I would like to believe that it was, you know, the degree was much higher because I was experiencing it. And I would simply get torn between the work-life balance, absolutely. Yes, I became a single mother for almost 8 years because I was living alone in Chandigarh with 2 kids. And then finally, you know, eventually, thankfully, life had other plans for me. And I stumbled into, you know, into 2 people who are now my mentors and guru, and into a meditative practice, which flipped life for me. Did I leave my job? No, I did not. Am I not a boss, and am I not, you know, I don't get work done? Of course not. I do that very much, but much better than what I used to do earlier. And how? So, you know, I was opened to those aspects of life which I seriously did not know existed. I was a person who would always see glass half empty. And this is a very, very personal thing, you know. I would not see possibilities. In spite of the fact that I was soaring high in my life and doing all the things that anybody thinks is the tick boxes for being successful. I had that. And yet I was a person deep in my core who would always see the glass half empty. You know, now was my time to see that glass actually is half full, it's not empty. And that completely changed the way I, you know, I would see myself, my life, what I do, and how I do it. And, you know, I could then detach myself from the compulsive behaviors that I had and could clearly pick the choices that was necessary. Swati was talking about picking the choices. That is when I started realizing and recognizing that I have a choice to live like this, and I will choose to live better. And, you know, career over family, of course, was a question and a struggle and a fight and a war, I would say, all these years. Became absolutely easy to choose. You know, the shift from Chandigarh to Delhi just happened. I did not really have to struggle like I used to in my earlier years, where I was doing my district and my husband would say, why don't you look for a posting in Delhi? And I would say, nahi, zila complete to karna hai na, isi ke liye to naukri mein aaye hain. So, that shift became so much easy. It was a no-brainer for both of us that I need to shift, and we will see what we'll do. And as life would have it, I share this with, most people. NIFT came to me just like that. This was an assignment that I was not eyeing for, I was not vying for, and as life would have it, when you want manifestation, hoti hai na? When you want something, life just conspires for you to have the Shah Rukh Khan ka dialogue hai, but actually hota hai. And NIFT, the beautiful place that it is, it just fell on my lap. And I just took that opportunity. And, that brings me to the possibilities. Life throws possibilities of you when you start living it. I got chosen for the role of DJ NIFT when I was least expecting that it'll come my way. And with that, a world full of opportunities and possibilities have started presenting themselves to me. Like I said, the way I see my work now is an absolutely 180 degrees to what I used to see my work as, and a boss that I used to be. The practices that I do have given me a clarity to choose how I want to be, the kind of boss, colleague, or a co-worker. Interestingly, as an IS officers, this is what our training does to us. We always, without even telling us, the assumption is that you will become the boss from day one. You end up being in those positions. We are always ordering, we are always ruling, and of course we get work done, but the method of doing any work is using power. The position of superiority that I said right in the beginning, now when I do my work, now when I function, I know that the lens has to be different, my fulcrum and my positioning has to be different. So life now has taught me that there's nothing called a work-life balance. I don't believe that word. I'm sorry to say that. I do not believe in that. You are always at work because you're always living. Work, professional work, is just a part of your life. So there can't be a work-life balance. आप घर पे भी उतना ही work-life balance कर रहे होते हैं. Menu में क्या होगा, खाना क्या बनेगा? I've become a Blinkit mom. Phone आते हैं मेरे को meetings के बीच में from my son the moment he walks out of school. मम्मा ये order कर दो. So work-life balance is not the only thing that happens at work, because you're also working everywhere else at all the times. Work gets done because each and every member of a team plays a role. Because if they don't, nothing is happening. So I'm just maybe a facilitator or a mentor at the most. The progress happens because people choose to work and deliver. And my role most of the times is simply to keep them motivated and provide the direction to the team that they might waver in the meantime, while they're moving towards their goalpost. And as a woman, I have come to realize that it is necessary to break the stereotypes. The one most necessary to break is to feel successful and powerful only when you are doing good in your professional life. I don't believe in that. I believe as a woman, my primary role is that of a mother, and the lady of the house, that's my primary role. I become the other person, and I take the hat, the different one, when I walk out of my house. If I'm not doing that well and soaring high in my career, it's a point of reflection for my own self. We need to celebrate all women irrespective of where they are, because the feminine is the nurturer, and that's how the world really will sustain and remain a place to live happily and prosperously. Progress cannot come only with power. It can come when power is coupled with compassion, a quality that feminine embodies. The innate possibilities of the feminine is what each one of us need to recognize and tap into for our homes, workplaces, and the world to become an expression of who we really are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Tanu Kashyap, for your inspiring address. We truly appreciate the time and thought you put into your sharing your experience with us. Now, it is my privilege to welcome a distinguished leader in the development sector, Ms. Mamta Saikia, Chief Executive Officer of Bharti Foundation, the philanthropic arm of Bharti Enterprises. Her work has transformed lives through education and rural development, and we are honored to have her with us today. Please join me in inviting Ms. Mamta Saikia to the stage for a fireside chat with Dr. Prateek Modi, Dean of School of Management.
Okay, dear guest, invited speakers, participants, organizers, a warm welcome to this Women in Leadership Conference 2025 edition. We know that we have made significant, at least as a country, some significant gains in having or in expanding the representation of women into the workforce. However, what is still a glaring gap in front of us is their positions or in their percentage of inclusion into the leadership position. We know that women leadership, it's still sparse, scant, and non-existent in many of the organizations, and our endeavor is to really work towards creating line of women leaders, providing them platform to express themselves and also inspire them. The idea of leadership is, of course, closely intertwined with power, though many of the leaders who are true leaders probably do not think like that. There are two types of powers, of course. We know the coercive power and the purposive power. Most of the men use coercive power, and that's what the leadership style is often being referred to, alluded to by Dr. Menon. He very eloquently expresses the need for women in the leadership positions at the world stage, at the stage of countries and the corporations. And the world probably would be a better place. So, of course, we understand that there is a need for a purposive leaders, and women naturally tend to be more purposive leader. In a wonderful book called Start With Why by Simon Sinek, she presents a golden triangle of purposive leadership. She says, start with why always as a leader. You definitely, once you start with the why, you can identify, work out why, or probably after that, how and what of the golden triangle of the purpose. So in that sense, I'm really privileged to have this fireside conversation with one of the leaders, Mamta Saikia ji. To me, she presents this purposive leadership. And if I can quickly present a very brief bio and then start the conversation. Yes, I would be extremely mindful, ma'am. Thank you so much. So Ms. Mamta Saikia is Chief Executive Officer of Bharti Airtel Foundation, the philanthropic arm of Bharti Enterprise. As CEO of Bharti Airtel Foundation, she played a key role in project expansion, enhancement of quality standards, system efficiency, while consistently keeping the team's morale high to deliver best in challenging ground conditions. She has, of course, developed several educational programs, grounds up, and the impact and the score and the scale and scope of these programs is extremely impressive. Prior to joining Bharti Foundation, she worked with CRI, Child Rights and You, where she held various positions, including a member of the management committee, head resource mobilization, and head global operations. She has served as chair SAFRG and has been on the board of Resource Alliance UK. She was honored in 2019 influencer leader by AACSB International. She was among top 100 women achievers in India 2015-16 under an initiative by Ministry of Women and Child Development. So as we understand that, ma'am, we have about 20 to 25 minutes of time to ask some of the questions that I have, and I would again be keen to take a few questions, time permitting, from the audience as well. And as we start the discussion on the purpose of leadership, may I request you to again quickly share the way you found your purpose in life and what has been your journey so far?
Thank you so much, Pratik. I'm clear, I hope. So the reason I told you to keep profile short was I find it very embarrassing, and my team sends this long page. I think I should reduce the long page. So I'm an MBA by training, and I'm a physics graduate, a science person. And after MBA, I got into power consultancy. So, you know, you're looking at rice husk utilization, you're looking at steam turbines, gas turbines, and things like that. And, you know, there was, one day I was climbing up the stairs to my office to remain fit, and I could just feel the weight, you know, just couldn't reach the floor of my office because there was another big project which had come from the World Bank on rice husk utilization and, you know, its techno-economic feasibility and things like that. I think there comes a time in your life when steam turbines don't excite you that much. So I remember going up, and I remember coming back, and I just went back home. I said, I cannot do this. And I was in touch with a lot of other my batchmates. They were in FMCG and things like that. So then I was having a chat with my father on this, a sense of emptiness, a sense of hollowness that you feel within. So my father, he's a statistician, he's a doctor, he's a professor. And I'm talking year 1991, I finished my MBA, right? After I was doing MSc Physics when I got into MBA, so I left MSc Physics in between. So my father was pretty upset. उन्होंने एक वो phrase बोलते हैं, all of you are very young, I don't know whether you'll know it or not, पढ़े फारसी बेचे तेल, right? So he used to be pretty upset about the fact कि तुम MSc कर रही हो, physics कर रही हो, तुम MBA करोगी, उसके बाद जाके credit card बेचोगी, soap बेचोगी, you know, for him, he just wasn't inspired by my MBA choice. Today he's a happy man, he's very happy, he's very proud of me because I'm using my skills for something good. But nevertheless, after MBA, I got into power consultancy, not an FMCG company. So he was a little relieved कि थोड़ा ठीक से काम कर रही है. But that sense of hollowness persisted, and then I was having a chat with him, and he said, आपकी कलम से किसी का फायदा होना चाहिए. He said that's the philosophy of a family, you know, कि आपने जब अपनी कलम उठाई, पेन उठाया, किसी का फायदा होना चाहिए. So now you think, and I think what Tanu ma'am was saying, universe conspires, you know. So here I am, I left my job, and within, I think, 10-15 days comes an advertisement from CRY, then Child Relief and You, that they were planning to start a fundraising unit. Right? Now imagine a fundraising unit requires marketing skills. I was in a marketing MBA. And I saw that ad and I couldn't believe everything that it required. So in those days, we didn't have emails. I'm talking 1992, 93. So I used to really write letters. My God, I used to buy a bunch of those yellow envelopes, छोटे वाले. कितने लोगों ने देखे हैं? मुझे नहीं लगता किसी ने देखे होंगे. छोटे-छोटे yellow envelope आते थे, वो 50 पैसा के, फिर 1 rupee की stamp हो गई उस पे. खूब रखती थी मैं. And I used to write letters to my friends, and I was a letter writer. And the position was direct sell coordinator. You know, it's like somebody actually looked at my wish, looked at my skills, looked at my passion, and created the job description. And I think God sent that opportunity towards me. I grabbed it with both my hands. And like they say, ki if you find the job that you love, then you don't realize that you're working. Cry was, I think, a 3 crore charity. They had Cry cards. How many of you have seen Cry cards, right? So Cry cards was the only thing that Cry had. And I joined them, and I was very lucky. I think I've been fortunate enough to be at the right place at the right time, and God has been kind. So I started the direct mail cell. We had, in those days, letters and donation card, and people had to cut a check, staple it, send it back in a book post envelope. Half of you have not understood what I've said. So we still managed to have 2 lakh donors. 2 lakh was a big thing. I created the first software, donation management software, in the country. We started corporate donations long back. I started global operations. I think the joy of knowing that my skills, because I was not MSW trained. I was not trained in the field of development, but to actually find that place where your skills can actually change lives was a God's gift. And I was very happy that I got to do that. But in year 2000, I go through these phases of what I call I break and I make myself again. So I went through that phase that, you started questioning yourself, am I good or was I just at the right place at the right time? So a lot of a phase of processing, that why am I here and what am I doing? And that is when for 3 and a half years, and I was sharing it with Simran here, I started my own work. And I'm going to share this also because I think we do talk about our successes, we don't talk about our fears and our failures. So I took that time out to see that, can I now directly work with projects? You see, so far I was on the marketing side, I was bringing funds in. I said, let me see if I can start my own work and start working with NGOs. For 3 years, I'm in a very exciting phase. I got to learn so much. I saw small and struggling NGOs. I went into the villages. And then what happened? The work became so much. I got so much business that I realized now I can't do it alone. So far I was doing it as a single consultant. And I realized that I will have to now hire people to manage the quantum of work that I'm getting. And I realized I was scared. The responsibility of having more employees with you whose salary you're responsible for month on month. You see, as long as you're doing your own consultancy, it is fine. I was 31 at that point of time, so I'll finish now. I'll finish at a stage where, to let people know that it's okay to fail, it's okay to, find your own space. So I didn't have the courage. So I decided, and another thing happened which I won't like to talk about. I picked up a project which led me into a space where we almost me along with a few more people, we found some almost a fraud happening, and that led to a very risky closure of the project. So 2, 3 things happened, and like I said, God has been great. Then Bharti Airtel found me, and I thought that so far I worked on the other side of the corporate. I worked with NGOs, and I met corporate. Let me see what I can do by becoming part of a corporate and leading their CSR agenda, and that journey also, I think, I've been very lucky to get excellent team members, and so here I am. So I'll end over here for your further questions.
Thank you very much. It seems serendipity is the preferred or the favorite instrument of destiny, and it plays out in many of our lives, and so probably it did in your case. Now, if I, to carry the conversation forward, if you can kindly reflect on some of the secret lessons that you have identified or learned in your journey so far. And second, as a follow-up question to that, how does those secret realizations or the lessons related to, of course, leadership and purposeful leadership comes to challenge the traditional model of the leadership that are being propagated by the popular press or by the business school being the most, the culprit number one in that case. Yes.
I don't think I'm expert enough to do a comparison of various leadership models. I'll just share what I thought worked for me. See, leadership is leadership. I mean, any leader would have to have the courage, would have to have the conviction, would have clarity of mind to know where you are leading team, should be able to see before anybody else can see that where the organization is going or where the project is going, should have the larger picture. I think these are very common traits. So, and whether you're working in an NGO sector, in a corporate foundation, or a corporate job, the challenges of leadership, the role of a leader, it's all the same. I don't think there is any difference really. And like I was hearing her, we all find our own sweet balance. You see, there's no right model. Frankly speaking, there's no right model. When I was in CRY, when I was raising funds, I was driven with this worry of that if I do not raise enough money, there is a child that may not be reached. Yeah, if you raise lesser money, there is a project that might not happen. And that's a very difficult weight to live with. And I know that in that weight, I was a very different person. I was a very, there's a term you used. I don't identify with coercive power so much, but yes, I was driven by it, that so many children and so many funds have been promised. We got to raise it, because otherwise there is a child who would be in a difficult situation and we won't be able to bring her out. In Bharti, I'm again driven by, I know that, so when we are working in Bharti Airtel Foundation, funds is not a prime worry, right? We're still driven by, there are these many children under our care and under our projects. Are we actually delivering the promise to them? You are driven by that. But I know that now I'm a very different leader. I think I won't repeat the journey that Tanu ma'am talked about. It's the same journey. And I think somewhere age plays a role. You mellow down a little. You actually start experimenting with some tools and you may find certain tools work better and you grow as a leader. But there are just two things working in this sector that I've found, I actually discovered when I joined Bharti Airtel Foundation. In marketing, we always talk about voice of the customer, right? Do a VOC, do a VOC. When you're working with underprivileged, whether children or underprivileged communities, these are the people who don't think they have a voice. These are the people, even if they have a voice, they believe that nobody's going to listen to us, right? So in our schools, when we get children, 77% of them are from reserved categories. The initial chapters on I, me, myself, which is supposed to also lead them to these are my eyes, my ears, my brain and stuff, is actually about you are important. And if you don't feel good about something, you say it. We will listen to you. So one of the very key processes in Satya Bharti schools is, even if a child murmurs, even if a child is sad, teachers are trained to talk to the child and to make that child feel that my voice matters, right? So it is not about that you can go with a questionnaire and talk to people. They will all give you very good answers. But the silence, the pulling yourself within yourself so that you're not protruding your thoughts on people, the silence and the concaveness of you to actually understand what people want is one skill that I developed, So even if I'm sitting in meetings when the field teams are speaking, I'm a very silent person. I'm just listening. And I'm not only listening to what is being said. One skill that I've developed is to listen to things that are not being said, because they are louder. they are really loud, and the real solutions lie, and the real problems lie in things that are not being said. And to be that reflective, and I've grown into it. I was in CRI, I was a very loud karna hai person to this person. So that was my one learning, that voice of customer is silent in this sector where we are. The second is, you may not believe it, to have a sense of humor. You know, because the field where we are working, you're mostly engaged with people who are suffering, people who are not in a good position. And even in CRI, I realized I used to internalize it quite a lot. And that's not a very good thing to do. There are times you can be clinical professional, but most of the time you engage, you start from here, you know? And when you start from here, you take something in. So very early in life, I developed a sense of humor. So I have a parallel mind. So somebody may be saying something, my parallel mind is saying things in Donald Duck's voice, you know? And the second thing was I started enjoying things with the team. जब आप community में जाते हैं ना, तो सरपंच कुछ कह देगा. वो कुछ ऐसा भी बोल सकता है. अरे आप तो औरत हो के CEO हैं. But the thing is, you're not supposed to take offense, and you come back with your team, have a session of chai, and laugh at it, you know. Teams mein, the grandmothers say the funniest of the things. Grandmothers are very empowered. Somehow in villages, grandmothers are very empowered. So you find joy. You know, if you don't find joy in this sector, it can, and if you're connecting, if you're it's okay to be a hardcore professional as well. We need people like that. But I have found these are my two secret sauce: to be silent and then to laugh.
Very, amazing lessons that I've really heard for the first time in terms of leadership lessons, that ability to, of course, empathize and listen to the silence, and also laugh at the situation. Probably, I think that's most important thing. But if I kind of ask another follow-up question that about the purpose-driven leadership, some sectors, for example, particularly development sector, is quite amenable to the purpose-driven leadership style, or probably pushes people to acquire a purpose, because this entire sector and the organizations are working for the purpose, and hence the leadership naturally gets molded or acquires to develop the habits of a purpose-driven leadership. What about the people who are not working in the development sector, who are working in, let's say, the business sector, for-profit sector, and then the larger purpose, as we understand, is the profitability, or the bottom line, the ROI. In that kind of a context, the question is that how does one become purpose-driven leader rather than the goal-driven leader or the ROI-driven leader?
I'll take, if I remember, it at 2-3 levels. I'll take it at 2-3 levels. First is, I challenge myself on this assumption that in the NGO sector or in foundation sector, only those people should come who are driven by purpose. It's a dilemma I pose to myself. Is it okay to get people who are more driven by their professional excellence? They may be a very good programmers, very good techies. We need techies. They may not connect with the purpose so far, but they take pride in their skill, right? This is a dilemma I pose to myself. Because for a long time, I'm aware of the fact that when I hire, I do have a cookie cutter. I do have a cookie cutter, right? And if you can crack my cookie cutter, you can get job very easily. So, so I'm aware of that. So that's a dilemma I posed to myself. So when I'm interviewing such people who are very good at skill, do not come from the sector, right? And I'm seeking them out. The two questions I ask myself is, first is, can they fit into our organization? Can they deliver what I want them to deliver? The second most difficult question is, will they? Will they get connected with the cause? You know, because I do believe that we need, and diversity, what I mean is I need techies also, I need hardcore program-driven people as well, I need people from academics as well. So there's a complex mix of people that we have. people from academics, education sector, they are very connected with children. Whether it's children from privileged backgrounds or underprivileged backgrounds, the passion of academics drive them, right? For us, ROI are the results. We are driven by results. It's okay. It is okay to be driven. We also have a larger view, right? Results is just one part of, and in Bharati Foundation, we've told our schools it is okay to have 5 to 10% children who would fail. You rather have 5 to 10% children who would fail, because otherwise you're not giving admission to slow learners, right? It is they are allowed in their bell curve to have that percentage of children. So I'm saying, when I was hiring techies especially, I do want them to stand apart, because I think these people bring in a completely fresh perspective. They challenge me, and I love that challenge. Especially when we take these young leaders from Airtel into our schools and they come back. You know, they come and challenge us quite a lot. They make me think. I'm not going to get into, because I only told him I have a time constraint, the stories of how they give me sleepless nights, because when there's a tough question and somebody's challenged your basic thinking, it's a beautiful yet very irritating sleepless night one gets. They challenge, but very important thing for me is, in standing apart, they should not stand alone. While they should challenge the team, but they should work with the team to change the things. So I'm saying, even in purpose-driven organizations, sometimes it is okay to have, if as a leader you have a very clear vision and a tool set of selecting right kind of people and taking that risk. I failed. There are few people who came, I picked them for their skills and knowledge. They could not, really gel with the project and were not adding value, rather subtracting from it. But I have learned now to ask myself these two questions, and then ask that, can they and will they, and then ask myself, do you have it in you? Now you understand him as a person. Do you think you can work with this person to turn him into a Bharti Airtel Foundation person? ROI is focus on goal is okay. What drives an organization? You see, two things happen to people. Good thing is, in tech sector, the first thing they talk about is what is the problem we are trying to solve. It's a very good approach. I like it in tech sector. And once you get driven by what is the problem we are trying to solve, then KPIs start fitting into places. So two things happen. One, your own job becomes very clear to you. It's the role of the leader to link your goals with this person's goals, with this department goals, so that there is interconnectivity, because as a leader, you're seeing the bigger picture. The second thing that I've seen happening, especially in Bharti Airtel Foundation, is that I know where organization is going. I know how I want to upskill myself. So in the organizational vision, employees start developing their own vision of themselves. That how I want to grow and what are the skills that I want to develop. So I'm pretty comfortable with having a very clear focus, but yes, the role that any leader in any kind of organization should play is to paint the bigger picture and the problem that we are trying to solve, is how I look at it.
Thank you, wonderfully said. Any question from the audience? Yes, can we have volunteer taking the mic there? You have this extra mic.
Hello, ma'am. It was lovely hearing you speak, especially the point where we don't need to bring in students who are all going to succeed. We should allow for a certain percentage who are going to fail. And my question is unrelated, but I just wanted to thank you for that point. My question is, I think oftentimes women are criticized for their emotional and how high they are on emotions. And one of the quotes by Warren Buffett is, just don't react to things emotionally and you will suffer less. How do you delineate emotions and logic when you're making decisions as a leader? And should we just totally ignore emotions altogether?
I'm lucky because I work in a sector which is so much driven by passion, right? That I may be telling my male, female, both team members to calm down. So, when you have passion-driven people, you wear your emotions on sleeve. right? When you're, I mean, I've been with Bharatiya Atal Foundation for 21 years. I've set up the schools, right? I have no idea why I go to schools and I cry. I have no idea. I cry, right? And not howl, but so there is there is a march past happening, and there are tears streaming down, you know. And then you're initially I used to be embarrassed. I'll know you do this, you take your palla, you do this. But now I know all my teachers know, all my children know, 40,000 children, right? And my field team knows. We have 154 schools. Field teams know, right? And I think they have a bet going who will make Mamta ma'am cry. So there's somebody wins something. So there's a march past happening, and I'm seeing, you know, you see these underprivileged children. I've seen their houses, and they're marching with pride. I mean, you do cry, right? So I've been lucky. I've not only had the freedom to wear my emotions in my eyes, and in that I've given freedom to my team to wear their emotions when they want to. And we do, all of us play that role of one person would be sensible in the meeting when everybody else gets very emotionally disturbed. So in our setup, it has been easy. And like I said, I get these people from diverse. We make sure in all our program meeting, finance ke bande baithe hain. You know? So they bring the meeting to order when everybody else is getting emotional. So I've been fortunate that way. But like I said, the advantage and power of being a true, I'm stopping myself from using the word women because I've seen enough men as well. But the advantage and power of being a woman is that we have the entire spectrum of emotions. When we need to show our power, when we need to show our force, when we need to just get this work done, it comes from within. Tanu ma'am also talked about it, right? As we grow old with experience, we may develop a different tool set, but if situation demands, we take the right tool set out and we deal with it. So, and with age it comes. And rest, I think people will speak, let them speak, let your work talk.
Okay, we are running short of time, and to wrap up this session, if I may, ma'am, ask you to just kind of leave an audience with maybe one or two principles that they can internalize in that sense, do so and so and don't do so and so, something like that. If these are your parting remarks or closing remarks of this session, then it'd be nice, I think.
I shall become a professor very soon. I'll tell you one thing that drives me, has driven me always in my life, and it leaves me feeling very angry and frustrated with myself at times, is the sentence, and I'm borrowing it from Ripon Kapoor, who was the founder of CRY. Very simple sentence, and it can drive you mad. So adopt it at your own risk. What I can do, I must do. What I can do, I must do. Which means, if it is about water conservation, please stop keeping the tap open while you are soaping your hands, right? If it means that you see an accident on the road, don't look at your watch and take your car from the side. How many of us have done this? Meeting is more important. When your colleague is down, if you can go in the evening, or there is some health issue, if you can, just don't always look at my maid has to come or my family is reaching home. If one detour to the hospital, I know what Delhi roads are. I know one detour to the hospital may cost you 3 hours. You may reach home at 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. But what you can do, you must do for other people. It's a very simple sentence, but it also drives me in work, you see. So if you know that in your school you can do this also for these children, you must do it. Right?
Absolutely. Thank you so very much. I think we can have a warm round of applause. Thank you so much, ma'am. On the behalf of the university, we wish you more power and success. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, I would like to request Dr. Arindam, Dr. Preetam Barua, and Dr. Manik to felicitate Ms. Tanu Kashyap and Ms. Mamta Saikia and Dr. Pradeep Modi. Women, like brilliant explorers, are scaling new heights. Their courage and determination is paving the way for more inclusive future. Now, to make this event more exciting, and we have lined up some activities to help you network and make your evening truly special. Now, to kick things off, I would like to invite Ms. Pooja Salwan, Deputy Director of Executive Education, to address the audience.
Hello everyone. I know that I am in between your high tea and but I have a little session for you. We have planned something very different and very interesting for all of you. Why we came up with this session? I had gone for a conference in Bangalore and I didn't want to go for that conference because I didn't know anybody there. So I thought, jaun nahi jaun. And then I thought, let's go because I paid for it. So I went, and while I was on a break, I met a woman who was from the same school. I am sure it's the excitement, right? You meet somebody from the same school. So that small little connection that led to a fantastic friendship and some work later. And that conference till date is very close to my heart. So keeping that spirit in mind, I thought, let's have a networking session for you guys too. I know it's very tempting to sit with familiar faces from colleagues from the same company, and that is why we have tried to put you in different tables so that we can network. We can talk to new faces, learn about new stories, and maybe, who knows, new collaboration, right? So that's the whole idea behind this networking. How this will work, please talk to, I hope you all have not again sat together with your colleagues and friends. If you have, please try to mix it up and it'll be great. So try to introduce yourself, try to tell about yourself, tell about what are your aspirations, your leadership journey maybe, and maybe why you came for this WIL conference. And to make it more interesting, give a name to your group, your table, which you are vibing with, right? And once you are done, maybe 15 minutes, your high tea is ready for you. Thank you so much. So I'm hoping that it's not about meeting a lot of people, it's about that one connection, that one conversation, that one friendship you'll take from here. Happy networking. tables which are fewer in number, you can join the other tables, please. Aditi, you want to join this table? You want to join that table? Yes. You want to join? Thank you so much. It looks like very engaging and very invigorating. I am hoping that you're enjoying yourself. But let's get a cup of coffee or tea and you can continue because we need to start our next session of panel discussion. Thank you. Any chai for you guys?
I was imagining the world led by women, how different it would be. I'm sure the world led by women would be exhibiting more collaborative spirit, more empathy, more inclusivity.
Leadership is leadership. There is no him or her. And therefore, it's so important to get all hands on deck.
I'm really delighted to be here talking about the Women in Leadership program. It's something that we at Hero Motor Corp have co-created with the university here. We're very proud of it.
I noticed that at BMU, we are extremely unconventional about our curriculum. We look at education in a completely different way and not in this tick in the box and do some training.
Why would you want to be part of this program? One, it allows you to be the very, very best version of yourselves. It will allow you to have the confidence to put your opinions forward. It will allow you to exaggerate some of those inequalities that are already there.
We take great pains, we customize it. We have a self-leadership track, a team leadership track, and a business leadership track. It rolls out over 9 months.
My takeaway from this course would be, in a very raw language, I think you will understand your potential and you will understand the value of what you as an individual can bring to the table as a leader.
It is about effective leadership. It is about authentic leadership. It is about empathetic leadership. And my journey has been tremendous. The changes this program has brought about in me are unbelievable.
And because of certain practices that I learned during the program, I got the promotion also because of my way of being more organized, and my productivity got increased.
A leader knows the way, goes the way, and then shows the way.
And we at BMU want to take it out into the world and showcase our unconventional design.
The final thing I would love to say about the Women Leadership Program is it will make sure that those women leaders in your business will help them deliver even more to your business. I know, I've seen it within Hero Motor Corp. Our dealership community have already started to see the benefit of that. So first of all, invest in your women. It will make a difference. That level of diversity stepping forward with confidence will bring so much more innovation to your business, and it will make sure that you stay ahead of the curve. So please be part of this program.
I request everyone to please come back to the venue.
we always talk in terms of great civilizations leave behind a set of ruins, you know. But interestingly, the greatest of civilizations are the primitive tribes who leave behind nothing.
Conversation of sustainability, which probably our grandfathers and great-grandfathers never thought of even thinking about because it came natural to them. We have to make sure we embed it a lot more in our ecosystem so the future generation starts living it, breathing it, eating it, you know, being in that ecosystem.
Sustainability to me is energy. And as you say, energy saved is energy earned, right? Makerspace, which tends to amplify some of the sustainability issues, try to understand them more, and also try to find technical and social solutions to those problems. In my thought process, that is what Global Makerspace is.
July 2016 when I joined, I was very impressed by the campus, you know, because it was already, those who have thought about the plan and built it have already built in a lot of sustainability aspects into the campus.
Empathizing with the community, empathizing with the planet, that becomes a primary objective of the education that happens at BMU.
I request everyone to please be settled. We'll be starting in another 2 minutes. I request everyone to please be settled. I request all the participants to please settle down. We'll be starting in another 2 minutes. I request all the participants to please settle down. We'll start. Okay. I welcome back everyone. It gives me great pleasure to now unveil one of the most exciting segments of the Women in Leadership Conference 3.0, our curated series of masterclasses. These sessions have been thoughtfully designed to go beyond inspiration and dive deep into practical learning, skill building, and real-world leadership strategies. I would like to invite Dr. Prashant Verma to talk more about these curated masterclasses. We invite you to engage wholeheartedly, ask questions, and make the most of this opportunity to learn from those who walk the path and continue to shape it. Sir, please.
So while the team is setting up the presentation, I'm here to talk about what all we have done in the area of Center of Continuing Education and our next step towards it. So yes, now here we are. So in this last decade of our existence, we've been doing right things, which has brought us to a position wherein we can talk about our leadership position in academia. And if we look into what really while they are setting up things, I'll continue discussing things with you. So what has gone right in our efforts is we've been deliberating before we take action, and while we do this, we have our partnership with Finest Academic Minds, and yes, partnering with the world's finest academic minds to shape our vision. Now, so taking this forward, the masterclass concept, which we are bringing it up now, will have the similar kind of delivery, unparalleled quality, curated by academic thought leaders. Primarily, we are saying that these interactions tell us to move in a direction wherein we are not just training, but we are doing transformative learning experiences for our people. So the people who have interacted with us over these years are from different spheres. There are Nobel laureates, industry titans, policymakers, and innovators. These leaders have not just visited us, they have shaped the way BMU looks at intellectual curiosity, critical thinking, and hands-on learning. These interactions have laid the foundations for a learning ecosystem where education is not just confined to the textbooks, but is enriched through real-world wisdom, cross-sector collaborations, and forward thinking. Some of the luminaries which we continue to interact with and they have shaped our thought processes are listed here. Dr. Radhakrishnan, Mr. Amitabh Kant, Mr. Kailash Satyarthi, Don Norman, Dr. Arun Maria, Mr. Mike Clark, Mr. Rajiv Chhabra, and many more. So if we look into, there are many more who have come, like General Bikram Singh, Padma Shri, Shri Kiran Karnikji, Kirti Gupta from Boeing, Dr. Bhaskar Roy from Genpact, Sanghya Reddy, who is from Apollo Hospitals, and Kavita Rao, who is from Aditya Birla Capital. So not only this, academically, if you look into our alliances with Imperial College London, Niti Aayog, All India Management Association, National Law University, and Indian Academy of Management, we are now in a position to take our alliances and our thought processes towards delivering master classes. Now, what exactly is masterclass going to do is, the way we are curating them is the ideas and problem statements, we get that from our renowned academic people and industry leaders. Our seasoned professors work onto that, and we deliver that to you. These topics which we are working on are spanning AI, sustainability, leadership, and many more. So if we look into the way we want to work further in this area, we are not bringing master classes because somebody is thinking that this is the area of master class. There is a reason master class would work. And that reason is it should be able to solve your complex problems, messy problems. So we are starting with you as a collaborator. We want to start it wherein you can talk to us. You can talk to us about your messy problems, and you can let us know if you would like to have a master class. We can help you solve your messy problems better. Primarily, a master class is not a workshop. Master class is tuned in to solve those gaps which, despite having workshop and training in the areas, you are able to not achieve the highest potential, the best possible solutions. So masterclass is in that area wherein in around half a day or 4 to 5 hours of sessions with people who are trying to solve some messy problem. The master delivery, master subject matter expert would help those people solve it. It is a version of consulting which is not working just with you, it is working with similar minds who are having that kind of problem. So starting June 2025, we'll be bringing this up at CCE through this QR code or to our webpage. You will continue to get more information. And you can follow us on LinkedIn. We will be bringing the announcements with the hashtag excellence in every lesson. With certain master classes which we have curated, I would like to introduce them. One of them is driving growth, bringing ideas to market. This will be delivered by Professor Davinder Singh. And this is primarily wherein you are trying to understand how innovation works. For driving growth, how can you really bring in innovation? How do you identify opportunities and generate ideas? Learn how to manage development execution in order to have timely and successful execution of the ideas, manage cross-functional teams while you are trying to execute those ideas, and manage portfolio of innovation projects to see that they are becoming successful projects. Right now, the launch date is not being discussed here because we would like to see your participation here. If you have some specific issues related which you would like to get resolved during this master class, we would be collecting them and we'll be enriching the content there. We have another master class curated again on driving growth. This is through customer centricity and premiumization. We know that India as a country has gone to a developmental stage wherein per capita income has crossed 40,000 rupees, and as it crosses that benchmark, we know that a lot of lifestyle changes and attitudinal changes in customers come in. And that is the time wherein the companies, the products need to think about premiumization. This masterclass is going to talk about that. So customer first thinking, shift from internal focus to customer driven strategy. Value creation, learn how to increase customer lifetime value and retention. Herein, you will also find when we talk about customer lifetime value, this is a very latest concept and it has contributed in a great way to the success of services and products. So those are also, so Professor Prateek Modi is here, will be facilitated by Professor Prateek Modi. Then further we are talking about growth through premiumization, understand how to serve better, just not sell more, and profitability by design. Discover how customer centricity boosts bottom line results. This is a broad framework for the masterclass. We would like to hear more, participate with us, let us know what all you would like or what typically you would like to get solved in the masterclass. In the technology zone, we've been seeing that there is a lot of traction in the area of automation. And one area wherein in automation we are seeing our customers and companies are facing issues is how to handle their documents. So can you do some kind of automation in document handling? So yes, when you're automating, this masterclass talks about streamlining document processing and data extraction using natural language processing. Herein, when you join us, you will go through NLP techniques, natural language processing techniques, that can help you automate, extract, automate the document processing and extract the informations which you are looking for. Explore integration of NLP into existing workflows. Now that is very important in a messy area for organizations to deal with. So you can find out a software which does reading of the documents and can help you extract what you really want to extract. It is available on your phones. But how do you integrate into the workflow? When we talk about workflow, there is a way work happens in the companies. one step, second step, third step, fourth step, and then some decision, and then some fork happens, and then some further processing happens. So this is one messy area. So definitely when you look into a master class should be able to solve your messy problems. That's one area, and know how NLP enhances accuracy, reduces manual efforts, and accelerates insights. This is the key framework. Bring us your pain points, and we'll be bringing a solution to them in the master class. From the side of soft side or the liberal side, there is a very important zone in leadership, which is self-leadership. This masterclass talks about understanding the self, and herein Professor Arindam would be dwelling on some fundamental human experiences and emotions such as love, hate, envy, and fantasy, bringing alive the ideas of self as a dynamic phenomena having both conscious and unconscious dimensions. Now, if you look into any leadership program, typically the leadership program starts with working on self. And if it's a training, it's a workshop, we take up psychometric for the individuals. We help individuals understanding their self. And then we move on to the supervisory functions or functions wherein you would like to bring yourself and then execute according to your strengths and then move into the leadership roles. Now this is even before that. So we are not saying that do the algorithmic way of identifying self. Psychometric, so whatever you are, the psychometric is there, and then identify and then do the things. This is at a deeper level, you are looking into the fundamental emotions, love, hate, envy, and fantasy, and then from here you grow. So the psychometric test doesn't tell you what to change, why to change, and how to convert things into strength. So that is what something will come to you. So this masterclass probably deliberating onto it, and we believe that Professor Arindam, who is an expert in this area, and his team would be able to talk to you in this masterclass and take you to a better self-leadership zone than what other just trainings do. With Professor Prateek, we'll be again moving into one important area, and this is an area which is area which has been there on the agenda for a very long time. As time changes, the agenda stays, but the nuances changes. So which is agile leadership, making smart decisions in the VUCA world. What changes with changed time is the clarity in complex decision-making scenarios. And how do you recognize and mitigate cognitive biases in decision noise? Develop practical frameworks for structural thinking. Strengthen leadership agility in fast-changing business context. These trainings are, they require you to probably, I would say earlier it was probably after every 2 decades you should reinvest yourself in critical thinking. Nowadays, with that dynamic change, the way we are seeing the world is changing, and we very well capture it under VUCA, probably this is required almost every 5 years. The way we used to solve problems, the way we used to handle complexity, the way we used to have our cognitive biases, the way they used to impact our decision making, it needs to be revised, revisited. And I think this masterclass would help us doing that again. Another one is social leadership. So if you move into social leadership, these curations, since, as I said earlier, is being guided by the deliberations we have done with academic luminaries and industrial luminaries. So the advantage of those luminaries is, before we had set up schools, a lot of thought process has gone into it. And all that thought process stays with us. So when the schools take shape, people who are leading those schools, they try to deliver that thought process further. While they are delivering, we are further interacting, we know that there is a wholesome thing which is required. And in this zone, there is social leadership. So social and human dimensions of environmental sustainability, very, very important zone. Companies are also very conscious about it. Nations are becoming conscious. At the same time, I can't talk about Trump, but I hope sooner or later he'll also be coming back to this zone with some sincerity. So this zone, there is a lot of discussions, and I feel deliberations onto it in a master class would help us definitely move towards actions which we all should do at individual levels and at collective levels. So one more area which I could not bring here right now, which is from the area of law. And masterclass in the area of law really requires you to participate with us. We know that the Department of Law is probably the smallest department in the companies and has huge impact on whatever companies do, the kind of decision making we do. So this collaboration is needed. Let us know what kind of problems you would like to be dealt in master classes. The Dean School of Law is present among us. As you get the opportunity, please interact with him also and interact with us also. Let us know which area, which messy problem, which keeps troubling, or which, if there's an oversight, can bring huge problems to the company and to the workers. Let us know. We would be bringing that problem into our masterclass. Thank you so much. Looking forward for your collaboration.
Thank you, Dr. Prashant, for that insightful session. I would now like to welcome you all to today's panel discussion, a forum where insight meets experience and vision is shaped by leadership. We are graced today by the presence of 4 professionals whose remarkable contributions have left an incredible mark on their respective industries. We now look forward to a session enriched with perspectives, shaped by wisdom and driven by purpose.
Now, at first, I would like to invite Ms. Lakshmi Venkatesh, Vice President and General Manager at Kent Engineering India. Please give a big round of applause. We are honored to welcome Ms. Priya Kashyap, serves as the Chief of Staff, Chief Human Potential Officer at Hero FinCorp. Now, please welcome Mr. Prakhar Kasar, CEO at Hero Wired. We are honored to welcome now Ms. Rachna Bhanot, a distinguished HR leader, Chief of Staff, and Certified Independent Director at IBM. Please give a big round of applause.
Welcome our esteemed guests, academicians, our panelists, and here. I'd like to welcome you all. It's my privilege to moderate this wonderful session on the future of work, AI, innovation, and the changing leadership landscape. I'm Rachna Bhanot. I've got about 21 years with IBM and many more years outside of IBM, where I've been doing a lot of things in terms of entrepreneurship, learning and development, some things to do with community services, and working with underprivileged people, and speaking at multiple forums, and have battled the big beast called cancer. So here I am, and happy and ready to work. So our new world today is defined by a very rapid technological advancement kind of an environment, right? And AI and the dynamic blend of what's happening around us is really like taking a lot of precedent, you know, like it's coming to the forefront, right? Under such circumstances, it is required that we have a dynamic blend of emerging competencies and, you know, amalgamate them with the timeless skills that were already there with our leadership. We can't go just in one direction, right? And this will help us navigate the unprecedented opportunities and the complex environments that we are seeing today. With that, I would say that, you know, we should probably look at what are the 4 elements that we're going to talk about today. We are talking about leadership. We're talking about how the technology world is changing things. We're talking about how culture is impacting us, and we're talking about women in leadership, right? So those are the 4 elements that we're going to really delve into. On our panel today, we have Ms. Lakshmi Venkatesh. She's Vice President and General Manager at Kent Engineering. Lakshmi is an author, and that's a wonderful book that she's written. So I'm sharing it with all of you. That's her other side. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I wish somebody told me this earlier. Am I audible now? All good? Okay. So let me reintroduce Lakshmi Venkatesh, and I just shared the book with you. She's written this wonderful book, Face the Day with a Song. She's also a classical dancer, and by the way, an engineer by profession. That's by the way, right? And she's a very senior executive in an industry which is really dominated by men. She's passionately involved in actions for empowering women and is a strong advocate of diversity and inclusion. So Lakshmi, would you like to tell us some unique experience or something different about yourself?
I think we are doing some musical chairs now once.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So she said, you know, when I was talking, she said, give them something that's, you know, difficult to believe and something extraordinary. So maybe if you can just take the book and show the back cover, please. Okay, so I don't know how many of you all can see that, but that was when I was at a site in Algeria. And, you know, something really interesting was, you know, you go into a flight and then you have these nice air hostesses and they give you these safety briefings. So this, you had to travel from Algiers to a place called El Merk, which is in the middle of the desert, you know. And honestly, that's where all the oil and gas is found, you know. It's found in areas where you wouldn't go for a holiday. So we were in this aircraft, which is a small aircraft, which has some, you know, 12 to 16 people. And then the pilot is also giving the safety briefing. And, you know, the usual seat belt and stuff. And then he says, in the event of a crash, I can assure you that we have enough water to last us for a week. And by which time we will be hopefully found. And so that was one of the scariest flight that I had ever undertaken, you know. So, yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Lakshmi. Okay. Okay, we have with us Priya Kashyap. She is Chief of Staff and Chief Human Potential Officer at Hero FinCorp. She's an alumni of LSR, I noticed, just like me, and she wears multiple hats. She's constantly reinvented herself and the businesses that she leads, powering their growth through her strategic vision, business alignment, and finding the right talent. Priya, how about you tell us something interesting that you have come across or are passionate about?
So I wish, thank you for that very generous introduction. Not all of it is true. Thank you to BMU for having me here. It's an honor and it's a pleasure. And for me, the most comfortable space is to be in a room full of women. So it really makes me very happy because regular work looks absolutely different. It is the exact opposite. It's a room full of men with maybe a couple of women here and there. So all the men in the room, we feel like this every day. So I don't have such an interesting story, and I wish I wasn't speaking after Lakshmi, but it's not extraordinary. But today I thought, when Rachna spoke to me, I was wondering what I was going to talk about. And there are several things that I've done in climbing mountains and trekking and incidents and things like that. But today I wanted to just share a very recent experience. In COVID, because life slowed down substantially, I started meditating. I started on a journey of meditation. And in the last 5 years, I continue to do that. So every morning starts with a half-an-hour meditation session. Without a guru or anything, I just sat by myself. And the reason I'm sharing it here today is because it has, for me, been one of the most astounding experiences of my life. And the reason it's relevant today is because what it has brought for me is enhanced empathy. And I think all of us as leaders, empathy is it's just a necessity when you're leading. It's brought empathy, it's brought clarity, and most of all, it's brought learning agility. So what it does is it gives you a stillness in your mind that enables you to grasp and learn new things without judging them, without using the lens of what you already know. In today's world and in today's leadership, it
We have Prakhar Kasar with us, and he is the CEO of Hero Wired, a very, very dynamic leader with business experience across sales in big towns and smallest of villages in UP. He's been managing an iconic brand like Pepsi and then working across various roles in the tech-first company, Make My Trip. Currently, he is leading Hero Wired, investing in education and careers, building future skills for our next generations. So tell us something unique.
Well, thank you for having me over. And you told me about this question, so I got some time to prepare about it. But what I wanted to share is, thanks to my experience and life in general, I've got to interact with people of consumers of various kinds. Right from sitting on a cart in a nowhere town with 30 households in UP, and understanding from the person who's earning a daily wage and their experiences of life, that if they earn 80 bucks or 90 bucks a day, what do they do with it? If it's 120 bucks, they'll have a Mountain Dew or a Thumbs Up, sometimes a Pepsi. I used to be at Pepsi. If they earn 180 bucks, then they're having something else, a hard liquor maybe. And that's the day, that's the life for them. And on the other hand, planning a shoot with Ranbir, Dhoni and Virat and who not, or planning a trip across the world with a founder in a private jet, etc. So life's thrown so many experiences, which has been constant reminder of how large India is, how diverse India is, and there's so much to learn and so much to grasp. And I think coming to Hero Wired, where we're trying to bridge the gap between what's there when people pass out of any of the 46,000 colleges in the country, or now 50,000 colleges in the country. There are some which are doing a great job and some which are not well equipped to do it. How can we bridge the gap between what they've learned in their campuses versus what the jobs require? I think that's what we're trying to do at Wired, and that's the life experiences really help in understanding the gamut of audience that is out there.
Thank you for sharing, Prakhar. So the future of work, AI, innovation, and the changing leadership landscape. And with the focus of women, skills, and a culture of continuous learning, let me pose a question to you straight away, Prakhar. As our world shifts from a business plus AI mindset to one where AI leads and shapes every aspect of business, and with Hero Wired actively building skills for the future, what are your thoughts on how AI is being adopted across education and industry?
See, right now, I think a lot of people in general are using AI to substitute what they were reading online. And therefore, it's replacing Google to some extent, or expert reviews to some extent, and a very personalized response bases the information that you've given AI. And that's the base use that a lot of us, a lot of people are doing. And therein, personal companion, personal help, or self-help in terms of education is what's topping the chart in terms of global use of AI as per an HBR report. But that's just one part of it. I think what many companies are also doing to some extent is automating a repetitive process. And that's, to a great extent, right now thought as making things more efficient. But I think where the real use of AI is, which some companies are doing, which we are also trying to do, is there are certain things that humans will find it extremely difficult to do. And I'll take that with an example of something that we are doing at Hero Wired is if there's a classroom of even 20 students and a person teaching Excel, one can right now only check if they've got the right answer or a wrong answer. But you know that using a formula in Excel, there are multiple ways of getting to the right answer. It could be a simple addition, it could be a sum formula, it could be a sum if function, it could be an array function. Now, AI can actually help every single student identify and augment what the professor is teaching or the trainer is teaching to ensure that everyone really understands and gets upskilled to what their requirement is. It's not about personal one-on-one tutoring with AI and replacing a human. It's actually augmenting what humans will not be able to efficiently do. It's still a repetitive task, and that's what AI will help doing. But that's where we are moving on education. That's why some of the companies are also utilizing in their own areas how AI should be used. This is the first technology, in my opinion, and not my only opinion. I'm also learning from others, where it's not the new generation, the younger generation that is advantaged because they'll be able to learn faster. Being able to do the right prompt comes with experience. And therefore, people who have the hands-on experience of doing it for years or decades, like us, many of us here, are the most advantaged if they get their head around how to use the technology. Because someone without an experience will not be able to look at all permutation combinations and do the right prompt. But someone who has the experience can do it. So I think that's how AI is shaping the world, and we all just need to adopt it as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Prakhar. So a lot about augmenting
human efforts, I would say. And you talked about technology being, bringing in a level playing field in a way. But you did say that the experience gives you an edge. I would say that, it actually gives everybody the equal opportunity to operate. And it's about how fast you can learn and how you're adopting on continuous learning. Thank you. Priya, a question to you. With AI, and especially generative AI, rapidly transforming how we work, communicate, make our decisions, and leadership itself is evolving. In this context, how do you see AI and Gen AI reshaping leadership skills? And team dynamics also with that. So how are leadership skills actually getting reshaped, and how are team dynamics changing?
So, for me, AI is a lot like what happened in the 1990s when the internet came. And we had accessibility to large amounts of data through the World Wide Web. However, it's different because at that time it was for accessibility of data, and now it's about really having very intelligent machines that can do what humans can do. So it's become about a man-machine combination, exactly what Prakhar spoke about right now, and I find that so interesting. It's about a man-machine combination that can help you do more than you were doing earlier. Okay, now dovetail into leadership. Gen AI, by definition, is experimental. You have to experiment. And then develop a proof of concept and scale it. So the biggest skill that leaders need today is the ability to experiment. And it's it's easy to say you need the ability to experiment, and we may all think that we all have it. But it is the toughest thing to do. I've been doing things the same way for the last 27 years in finance. In the last 6 months, I've done that differently. I've seen roles in the last 27 years that in the finance world, complete automation of those roles has now happened. So you actually don't need a human in some of the roles and this is not all Gen AI. It could be a combination of automation, AI, Gen AI, etc. But all put together, life is changing pretty fast and quite dramatically. The other thing is that in the 1990s, the pace of change was a lot slower than it is today. So for leaders to have the ability to experiment and then be bold enough to scale that experiment and make it successful, I think that is the quality you need. The other important thing is that, as leaders, we have to energize our organizations to deliver the appropriate thing. You have to energize your organization to have learning agility. So it's very important to develop the ability, 1, to change yourself, 2, to manage large transformations, and to enhance skills of people by using the machines. So in a nutshell, I would say that it's about using machines and yet keeping a human-centric approach. Using machines for your benefit, using machines to make you faster, using the machines and using your leadership skills to energize the organization. Just the last thing. So leadership is now used to be about static skills. Now it's about dynamic capabilities. So you have to learn, you have to grow, you have to evolve, you have to energize other people to grow, evolve, adopt, adapt, and all very positively. So I think that's really, I think we're in exciting times, very exciting times.
Hey, thanks, Priya. And that's a lot to do with productivity. Would you like to add to that, Prakhar?
Yeah, I think something very similar to what you've just said. I think HR department and the leaders will play a pivotal role in the next couple of years for 2 specific reasons, like you said, which is a lot of learning and development has to happen at a pace which we've not seen before, and therefore that'll be a big task that'll happen. And second, With such a massive change, every organization will see opportunities, will see areas of growth, and therefore they would resource there a lot more than where they have traditionally resourced. So in a PepsiCo, the number of hiring that is happening every year is largely thereabouts constant in every department in terms of ratio. But that is going to change. And therefore, a lot of change management from leaders and the HR department is going to be a big, big area of work. So L&D and change management, where leaders come in, is something that's going to be
Absolutely, Prakhar. I think it's about reinventing yourself, ensuring that you're learning continuously, adding more skills, and managing the transformation and that change management that's going on in this world. Technology is changing faster than the speed of light. So we've got to keep pace on that. Lakshmi, coming to you, you come from a very, very different sector, the energy sector, right? And traditionally, it is very distinct from what's happening on technology or the technology sector per se. How do you see the pace of AI adoption coming in your kind of industries, not just your industry, but similar industries like that? And where do you envision that the most impactful application of AI would be within those fields?
So I would say, I mean, energy is the new name, right? Earlier it was called oil and gas before it went out of favor. But it's coming back, drill baby drill. So, didn't get it? That's Trump's, yeah. So oil and gas comes back, right? With a bang. So traditionally, you know, if you look at all these, what do you call it, brick and mortar companies, they are traditionally slower to adapt technology. Okay, so we are not as agile, as you say, as the tech companies. But sometimes you're left with no choice, right? And I see that happening across our energy industry. For example, you know, as I said in my introduction, all the oil fields are at remote locations, really remote. So should I have the control, you know, 500 kilometers into the middle of the desert, or can I control my plant remotely sitting in a nice office? Okay, so we have developed what we call as digital twins. So you have the physical assets somewhere very far away. You have a digital twin, that is a virtual replica of that physical asset sitting on your screens. This digital twins learns from the plant, so it can respond in the same way to what an actual plant will do. So what does that help you? So say, like, the weather changes. I mean, this is a big factor in, you could say, in the Western countries. The winters are colder, going to be colder. So I need to produce more heating medium. So I can change, you know, crude oil will give you LPG, it can give you kerosene, it will give you diesel, it will give you gasoline. So I can change the mix as per the demand. I can do it sitting somewhere else and see how do I change the parameters of the operating plant so that it gives me maximum output or optimize my output. And so this is what we call as, and remember, this plant is continuously learning from the actual physical asset that is there. So that is one where you call, we call as digital twin. Another thing we have is what we call as predictive maintenance. So normally what you have is you have these big machinery, you know, you have compressors, you have turbines, gas turbines that generate power. And they're normally like every 2 years they'll go for maintenance. Sometimes there's an unplanned shutdown. What happens when there's an unplanned shutdown? The plant trips and your uptime goes down, so there's more downtime. So you have what we call as predictive maintenance. So this, again, it's based on machine learning. It will see why has this equipment tripped in the past. And it will continuously monitor those sensors, whether it is temperature, whether it is vibration, whether it is acoustics, and then tell you, much like your car will tell you, no, now you have enough petrol to run for 50 kilometers. Like that, it will tell you, you need to start, within the next 1 month, you need to take a shutdown of this equipment, otherwise it's going to fail. So what does that help you? It helps you to have a planned shutdown. A planned shutdown is always better than an unplanned shutdown. So you can say, this is what is going to happen. When am I going to do it? Do I have all the spare parts for doing that? Order that upfront. Do I have the people to manage that? You can get all that done. So that's on optimizing the operations, reducing cost. We also have something on the safety side. So, all these plants are highly hazardous. Okay, there's a fire. You keep hearing about it. Oh, this depot caught fire. We are dealing with highly flammable material. Sometimes it's highly toxic material. Like if I have H2S, a few ppms and you're dead. So when you have such environments, and probably, you have assets which are already working. People have to go in, collect information. So you use drones. You use, we've got a thing that looks like a dog. It goes around. It takes pictures. It takes laser scans of the existing facilities, what it is. And if you have, say, a very high flare stack, where a flare stack, I hope I'm talking too much technical. I just hope that I get across, you burn the flares. Now, if you had to go up and examine that, you imagine the amount of scaffolding that you have to do. It's so risky. This guy is going to climb up. You send a drone up to see how it is going to be. And the drone has enough capabilities to say, this is, you get a visual representation. You can also get, this is corroded, information of that kind. Another aspect I see is offshore. Offshore is a big risk. Something goes wrong offshore, you've got to send a guy on a helicopter into the sea to repair that. So now you have these smart helmets, which you point it at an item, and it can give you, like, you have your printers. You say paper is stuck. It will say, open this, then you do this, then you do this. Now close the door. It gives you instructions. So this information is stored for every item on the platform. So the guy going there, he may not be the expert in repairing it, but he gets instruction. In case he still cannot, you could have an expert sitting in Germany or in Norway, okay? That guy can give instructions, and that guy will get a live feed of what is happening, and he can help you. So I would say all this is towards making humans safer. It's more safety. I mean, I can give you hundreds of examples. Say pipelines. Pipelines go across, places. I can monitor whether there is a leak, have sensors to monitor so that there's, people don't walk across a pipeline and fall down dead. Right, because this route is not going to be monitored continuously by people. So you can have sensors which say, I see an intrusion here. And then you can go and check on that intrusion. Okay, so all these are technologies which are, I wouldn't say emerging. Some of them are in a fairly developed stage. Some of them are still emerging. But I think it's making a world of difference to the way we see assets, physical assets, as well as human assets.
So Lakshmi, the pace is a little different. The adoption of technology is, very varied. There's robotics, there's AI, there is some amount of automation. There's some other elements of technology which are rapidly coming into this sector too. But it's not just blind adoption of AI is what I can understand from what you're sharing. Wonderful, that's a different perspective. Different strokes for different folks, right? We all know that. Okay, thanks Lakshmi for that. Priya, what's been your experience in implementing some of these new technologies in your field? Has it impacted your work in any way?
So I can share two or three quick, very interesting things that we've done. We've used AI for hiring, for onboarding new employees. And what that's done is it's removed, we all have biases. So when someone walks in through the door, you formed an opinion of that person based on how they look, how they dress, where they come from, etc., etc. Now in the hiring process, it is imperative to remove those biases. So the most deserving candidate gets the job. What AI does is it has the ability to scan, let's say, thousands of resumes. First, it has the ability to make you write a very sharp job description by asking the supervisor good, very detailed questions. What is it that we really expect from the job? Then scan about 1,000 resumes, pick the top 5, and then let the human do the job. And this is what I mean by a man-machine combination. You can use AI to make you smarter and to crunch the time that you were using to do something. The other thing is, in my organogram, I have an AI bot. She's the chief listening officer. This is not scary. She's not listening when you don't want her to, but it's sort of expanding our human resource business partnering function to be there and speak to each employee if there is a moment that matters. So you change your office, you change your supervisor, there's somebody who gets in touch with you. My last and very interesting example is actually in our collection call centers. And we have Pooja sitting right here, and she's been the pioneer of this. But in our collection call centers, there are some callers who are very effective and some who are not. So we used GenAI to study all the call records. And we said, what are these very effective callers doing differently? Do they speak to the customer a certain way? Are there certain steps that they follow, et cetera, et cetera? We applied that to the bottom quartile of callers. And then again, a supervisor can't listen to all calls. But through AI, through GenAI, you can look at all the calls and give feedback on each call to the caller to make them more efficient. The result of that was that several of these bottom callers started to come up, performance started to improve, and again, it's a combination of a man-machine with a human-centric approach, making humans do better by using AI. So these are 2 or 3 examples. There are several others, but it's very interesting.
Prakhar, would you also like to share how you've been implementing some of these technologies and how they're impacting your work in your current organization or previously?
I think what we're trying to focus as a deliverable of the organization is how do we guarantee learning. That's something that we are trying to do where every individual is different. Life happens. There are classes scheduled, but someone's fallen ill, someone's getting married, and therefore you miss a class, you miss a couple of sessions. And then it becomes very difficult to, cope up. And therefore, how can we use AI, a one-on-one session, which is truncated, which can answer the questions that you as an individual needed answering to, which is very difficult to scale with human professors and trainers. So that's something that we're doing. What Priya talked about on call center is something that we are also trying slightly differently, but that's an area of work. But the main focus is how do we guarantee learning and how do we use AI there as a play. But what I keep telling each member of my team is anything and everything that you're doing, even if it takes a little longer today, use AI to do it. So even if you're writing a code or doing QA or from marketing side creating creatives, etc., even if it takes a little longer today, it's okay. But you learn, you'll know, and when the pace of change increases, it will increase. Then we'll be there to utilize it and be ahead of the curve. So yeah.
Yeah, the skills of the future and imbibing them now is going to definitely help us be more prepared going forward in the future. Lakshmi, as generative AI continues to shape the future, do you see, or would you share with us, 2 or 3 ethical or governance related challenges that it could probably present? And how do you really, like see it? How do you really fathom that? Or is it all fine? There are no challenges.
No, I remember Prime Minister Modi at this AI summit in Paris. He said, you can feed it your medical report, and then it'll come out and tell you what disease you have. But you ask it to generate an image writing with the left hand, and it will not be able to do it. So I think that for me, especially in the industry that I come from, is the biggest challenge that I will have, because a lot of the information that is available and on which AI is based, it's based on the Western culture, it's based on the opinions or of the white male, not even white female, and therefore I'm sure that there will be a lot of stereotyping in terms of gender, in terms of races, okay, because, I think that was there, like when they started this face recognition, it was not really great at recognizing Chinese faces, right? So, and there was another interesting thing that Rachna told me is when she puts the same question to ChatGPT and to DeepSeek, the answers that she gets are totally different.
Right.
So the ethical concern that I have is how much do I trust what comes out of AI? So there needs to be a lot of moderation, and I think, like asking the right questions, what is the data set, how is that information coming, that is going to be really, really critical, because if we base our future on what has happened in the past, which is what AI is, it's learning from what information is available to it, then probably that's not the right way to go unless there is an intervention. So that is one of the ethical issues that I see here. So it could well be that, if I look at leadership in the oil and gas, all the pronouns will be male. So it is as if only a male person, and what will you guess from there? That only a male person is fit to be a leader in that domain, right? That's the obvious explanation for it. So that is the kind of thing that I'm really, really scared about. And another thing is, how much decision making will you give to AI? Like, if you make the wrong decision, who is to blame? Because I got my data from AI, so can I go back to ChatGPT and blame them and say, I got this information from you, on the basis of this, I made my decision? That's not going to work, right? So what is moderating that information? And so it's very important for leaders to understand what is the data set that they are looking at when they are getting all this information from it, and then to moderate it. I think what he said, that human judgment, cannot be done away with. I think that is, for me, one of the major areas that you have to be very, very careful about, because people are using AI left, right, and center. I was just telling her, many of the CVs that we get are fantastic because they're all written by AI. Then you ask him, what exactly did you do? How did you solve this problem? And that guy or the girl has no clue, because, she's taken the description that you have provided, job description, and asked AI to come out with a fantastic CV. Right? So, and we all are impressed. Right?
Yeah. So responsible.
I'll just put it in simple words, the way I see it. Knowledge is no more an IP. Intelligence will remain an IP.
Wow.
And I think
wow.
that's
That's
what
a
we'll just
great
have
one. Very good one. I don't need to sum this up. He's done it beautifully. Yep. One-line answers from each one of you. What one action would you recommend that we take so that, this change that is happening at this point, we're going to be able to keep pace with it? Prakhar?
Continuous learning.
Continuous learning. Priya?
I think AI, no AI, whatever it may be, at any time, at any point, and especially for women leaders, the only one thing that I learned actually very recently in life, and I'd love to share, is please be bold. Don't be good, be bold.
Wonderful.
Okay, done.
Wonderful. Lakshmi?
Yeah, I
One
think,
line.
Yeah, I think it's very necessary for all of us to get very familiar with analytics, because very often, women shy away saying, oh, maths, I'm not so good. So I think you have to get comfortable working with analytics, data, KPIs, and then use your own judgment to see, whether they tell you what, does it reflect the real world? You put that judgment into it, I think.
All right. So with that, I'm going to come to the last question. And again, this is expected to be a one-liner kind of an answer. What is that one action that you're taking yourself to be able to keep pace with what's happening around you? For me, it's being, changing proactively to the changing dynamics around me. So adaptability and resilience going hand in hand. Prakhar?
I think it's empathy with continuous learning. That's something that's held me in good stead throughout my career and growing up. And I think that is something that I still hold close to my heart and be mindful of. So yeah, that's
Amazing.
something that I'm going to keep doing.
Priya?
I'm repeating what I said earlier. For me, the biggest learning is in being bold, and it's not about being aggressive. It's about having the ability to take bold decisions. It's about, it's about doing meaningful things and being bold, having the, being not aggressive, but being courageous and not being, that good girl that you were always taught to be.
I would say.
Yeah, and authentic.
Lakshmi?
Correct.
Oh, maybe I think I'm too old to think of things for myself, but I'll tell you what I've started doing more is I've started listening to grassroots, because that's where they face the issues. For example, we've been taking a lot of people and they said, we don't know how things are done in Kent. Okay, so I was looking at this master class, so we've used we've got all these guidelines and checklists and things like that. So a person comes on new, you give him an onboarding session, but he doesn't really register for that person, right? So then he says, okay, this is a new project that I've come into, then what do I need to, he can put in that query, and we've developed that, it's still in the stage. So what do I need to know? Here's a project startup checklist. This is where it is available, and it comes out, okay? So we saw that as a problem. We've started addressing, such, because what matters, is what people feel in an organization.
Thank you, Lakshmi, Priya, and Prakhar. This was very engaging and wonderful to hear your life stories. In summing up, I would just say that, we are in a transformative era where AI is redefining the future of work. It calls for a new kind of leadership, one that really prioritizes what's best for our current environment and what's best for our future. So it's strategic thinking, innovation, problem solving, intelligence, emotional intelligence to add to that. And that's what's going to help us successfully navigate and evolve our workplaces effectively. Secondly, I would say that, it's really time for us to have a very strong partnership between industry, government, academia, and all our communities, right? And that is essential for us to build a very, very strong, inclusive ecosystem, actively championing women in leadership and building a very inclusive ecosystem, and have very digitally skilled workforce to augment that. Right? AI will come, AI will get adopted, AI will support us and augment whatever we are doing going forward. But are you going to be a driver or a passenger in this journey remains with you. So the action is really on you. How are you going to take this? How many of you are going to be drivers and how many of you are going to be passengers? Show of hands. Wow, so we're going to have a lot of drivers in your own journeys of life and profession. Thank you. It was wonderful to be with you all here.
Now, I would like to request Dr. Devendra Singh, Mr. Santanil Das Gupta, Dr. Jaskiran Arora, and Dr. Suneet Soni to felicitate. Please give a big round of applause.
It is following the gradient one. Lovely hearing you, ma'am. Excellent preparation.
Did it go well? Thank you.
Very good.
Many thanks to the panelists for that inspiring panel. Your talk has left us with much to reflect on and to take forward. With that, we now invite all our guests to kindly proceed for lunch before we resume with further conversations and insightful workshops. Thank you.
Attention everyone, you can scan this QR code for workshop registration. Attention everyone, those who have not scanned, they can please scan the workshop registration from the QR code on the screen. The the QR scanner is available for workshop registration. Please do if you haven't done yet.
I was imagining the world led by women, how different it would be. I'm sure the world led by women would be exhibiting more collaborative spirit, more empathy, more inclusivity.
Leadership is leadership. There's no him or her. And therefore, it's so important to get all hands on deck.
I'm really delighted to be here talking about the Women in Leadership program. It's something that we at Hero Motor Corp have co-created with the university here. We're very proud of it.
I noticed that at BMU, we are extremely unconventional about our curriculum. We look at education in a completely different way and not in this tick in the box and do some training.
Why would you want to be part of this program? One, it allows you to be the very, very best version of yourselves. It will allow you to have the confidence to put your opinions forward. It will allow you to exaggerate some of those inequalities that are already there.
We take great pains, we customize it. We have a self-leadership track, a team leadership track, and a business leadership track. It rolls out over 9 months.
My takeaway from this course would be, in a very raw language, I think you will understand your potential and you will understand the value of what you as an individual can bring to the table as a leader.
It is about effective leadership. It is about authentic leadership. It is about empathetic leadership. And my journey has been tremendous. The changes this program has brought about in me are unbelievable.
And because of certain practices that I learned during the program, I got the promotion also because of my way of being more organized, and my productivity got increased.
A leader knows the way, goes the way, and then shows the way.
And we at BMU want to take it out into the world and showcase our unconventional design.
The final thing I would love to say about the Women Leadership Program is it will make sure that those women leaders in your business will help them deliver even more to your business. I know, I've seen it within Hero Motor Corp. Our dealership community have already started to see the benefit of that. So first of all, invest in your women. It will make a difference. That level of diversity stepping forward with confidence will bring so much more innovation to your business, and it will make sure that you stay ahead of the curve. So please be part of this program.
I hope you all had a good sumptuous lunch. Fantastic. A lot of you have already registered for the workshops. We have 2 workshops. One workshop, AI, is going to happen here. And the other workshop, storytelling, my team will escort you in the other room. So whoever is interested in AI, in storytelling, sorry, I would like you to please stand on your seats and my team will escort you. And they will give you a QR code here as well as there. And with that QR code, please register yourself for that workshop, because we will be sending you e-certificates later. Okay? So we need whoever's name will be there, we'll be able to send you e-certificates. Later you can't claim I did this workshop and I didn't get it. Okay? Thank you.
Check. Hello, hello.
Hello? Is everyone connected to the Wi-Fi? Has everyone connected to the Wi-Fi? All right.
Excuse me, participants. If somebody has lost their black phone, they could collect it from the student volunteers. Thank you.
I request everyone to settle down as we are starting in a minute. Has everyone connected to the Wi-Fi? Can you show it? Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi password is 11223344. I repeat, the Wi-Fi password is 11223344. Before we begin with the workshop, I request everyone who has not registered for the workshops to register now. You are requested to scan the QR on the screen to register for the workshop you are interested in. Yeah, that I know. The Wi-Fi password is 11223344. Everyone who has not connected to the Wi-Fi, please connect it. I request everyone who has not registered for this workshop to register now. You are requested to scan the QR on the screen to register for the workshop you are interested in. We request everyone who has not registered for the workshops to scan the QR on the screen and register for it now. It is my pleasure to welcome you to today's workshop on generative AI and its transformative impact on leadership and decision making. We are honored to have with us Mr. Anurag Upadhyay, a seasoned TEDx speaker and digital transformation manager